wasn't the constant demand for antidotes, I wouldn't need to stock so many of the little dears. Except, of course, for curses. And, well, if you've been petrified, then obviously you've come to the right place. Mind you don't knock the mandrakes. Or if there's an uprooting, you'll be the next one to drop dead, and I'm in no mood for a clear-up.
What do you have for sale?
You're a force to be reckoned with, aren't you? Scaring all the goblins away. Oh, I'm always thrilled when a young one makes a wise purchase. I can tell you'll go far. But your things will be safe with me, till they're sold. Then you'll have to make do with money. Good for you, getting all those foul goblins a-hiding. Door's always open. You be sure to stop by soon.
And it was just well timed, set up. I don't know. It was dope. It was just this dude. So I feel like there's a lot of people like they talk about I can't do that. I gotta make priorities. Like I have this life all set up, stable, and then they ignore some opportunity to change their life because it's ludicrous. But then they go home and kind of like they're stupid. They look at Facebook, feel like not a man, whatever it is.
Something that never fully shows itself. The plan is risky: drive straight through the jungle, reach the river, and escape by boat. But when Paulo warns her that the jungle doesn't want them there, that this land pushes back against anyone who tries to control it, sudden loud thumps crash down on the roof of the vehicle. The tension breaks for a moment when they realize it's just a curious monkey. Despite repeated warnings about the deadly dangers waiting beyond the road, Anna decides to run, taking off on a motorcycle. Her escape doesn't go unnoticed. A group of men led by Joe spots her and launches a relentless pursuit. But everything takes a terrifying turn when a massive anaconda rises from the water and, in one brutal instant, kills one of Joe's men, sending panic. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in California, a man named Doug excitedly tells a wild story about a monstrous creature. His story gets cut off cold when a couple calls.
Oh, he put up
His real clothing is creating stories and imaginary worlds. Doug makes a living shooting dull, repetitive weddings for clients who only want something generic, stripped of emotion and personality. Routine slowly drains him, leaving him stuck in a life that feels empty and painfully small. He watches other people celebrate love while his own dreams sit on pause. Somewhere else in that same industrial grind is Ron, an actor fighting non-stop to break through as makeup is brushed onto his face for a tiny role he landed after a long wait. Ron fills up with hope, convincing himself this could finally be his moment. But it doesn't last. He steps on set as a nurse only to get fired after messing up a meaningless line over and over. Another hit to his already fragile confidence. Another door slams shut. As he leaves the set, Ron passes a row of billboards. None of them stops him in his tracks. An ad for a 1997 movie about a giant snake called Anaconda. The image lingers longer than it should. Right then, his phone buzzes. It's Doug telling him how proud he is that he finally landed a role. Words that hit harder than the job itself. At the same time, Doug keeps typing on his laptop when his boss interrupts him. The guy admits that filming weddings was never Doug's real dream, but he pushes him to think long-term about the future and retirement, promising that one day the office could even be his. Later, on the way home, Doug's wife, May, tries to convince him to celebrate his birthday. When they arrive, Doug gets a genuine surprise. All his friends are there along with his son waiting for him. During the celebration, Doug reconnects with Kenny, who gives him a basket of self-care products as a simple but heartfelt gift. He also talks with Claire, who opens up about being betrayed by her partner. The night hits its most emotional note when Doug reunites with his best friend, Ron, closing the day wrapped in nostalgia, shared history, and a quiet sense of renewed hope. To mark the reunion, Ron plays a short video they filmed back when they were just kids, loosely directed by Doug. In the footage, Doug, Ron, Kenny, and Claire turn into heroes, taking down an imaginary monster. The scene hits hard with nostalgia and sparks something creative in all of them, reminding them of the passion and innocence behind those first shared dreams. The next day, the four friends meet up again at a restaurant. Between laughs and old memories, the conversation drifts to their favorite movie, Anaconda. They excitedly quote every line almost like kids again, replaying iconic scenes from memory. Then Ron suddenly shifts the mood with an unexpected bombshell. He claims he met the widow of the original author and bought the rights to it. When Doug asks what he plans to do with them, Ron doesn't hesitate. He wants to make a brand new adaptation. He pitches it fast. He and Claire will act, Kenny will handle the camera, and Doug will direct. His excitement is contagious, winning everyone over except Doug, who stays quiet, overwhelmed by the weight of it all. Doug, careful by nature and with a family to support, feels torn between the safety of his steady job and the dream that shaped his childhood. Ron tries to pull him back in by invoking the past, reminding him of who they used to be. Doug fires life demands responsible choices. In the end, Ron walks away, clearly disappointed. Back home, Doug sits down with his son and watches that old childhood short film once again. Not long after Molly joins them, and once they're alone, she pushes him to make one thing. She tells him that every time he watches that old short, there's a light in his eyes she hasn't seen in years. A spark of real happiness that everyday life slowly shut down. Later, while editing yet another wedding video, Doug has a sudden epiphany. Without overthinking it, he drives straight to Ron's place and tells him they have to reimagine Anaconda before it's too late. That same night, fueled by almost supernatural energy, Doug writes the first draft of the new script as if creativity itself had taken over. The plan is bold. Doug will direct and the rest of the group will come on as co-producers. After running the numbers, Doug figures they need around $2 million to pull it off. The budget covers a 3-week trip to Brazil, a rented boat, full gear, and even a real snake. All in and all committed, they try to get loans but barely scrape together $9,400. Facing reality, Doug recalculates and slashes the budget down to just $43,000. After reading the final script, Ron doesn't hold back, calling it a straight-up masterpiece. That's when it comes out that Kenny had worked with Doug before until Doug had to fire him after he ruined a wedding by drinking too much. Even so, and without hesitation, Doug decides to give him a second chance, inviting him back as his cameraman, betting on loyalty and redemption. On the day Doug and the team head to Brazil, Doug's son
I'd like to ask you about changing the room's ambience.
Of course. What sort of... Oh,
Actually, perhaps another time.
He'd been reading up on anacondas. He explains how they hunt in total silence, staying perfectly still until their prey gets close, then striking fast, coiling around it and crushing the life out of it with no way to escape. Right then, Carlos Santiago, a snake dealer, shows up and shares a disturbing story about a woman who was caught by an anaconda. Bluntly, he describes how her eyes popped out of their sockets. That woman, he reveals, was his own grandmother. Carlos then begins telling them the story behind the snake he's about to rent them. He tells them he rescued the snake from a river poisoned with mercury from illegal mining, a serious ongoing problem. He assures them the snake isn't venomous and that, under control, it's completely harmless. Still, he warns them to be extra careful not to cross paths with wild anacondas in the region. An unsettling call, he even says it's better to be strangled by an anaconda than to be hunted by one. At the same time, Hannah hides out inside a restaurant while Joe searches for her relentless aim. Spotting a man clearly drunk and on his guard, she steals his boat. But no, it's the very same one Carlos is loading up with the end of Savage.
In the transformation spell, you will need to progress your main story quest line and continue progressing these But before this video begins, I just want to let you know that I plan on creating a ton of videos for Hogwarts Legacy on this channel. So if you enjoyed this video and found it helpful and want to see more videos just like this one, please consider subscribing to this channel. But anyways, I hope this video has helped you and thank you for watching. guys, welcome back to another Hogwarts Legacy video. In this video we're going to start with the Hog Maiden and spend about 1,800 coins at the Death Cap shop. Dog Meat Death Cap shop. That's quite ourselves to see if we can grow over the next 1. Also going to show you using
Tell me over.
else, the container holding the snake breaks open. Right then, Anna shows up with some excuse. She claims her grandfather, the supposed owner of the boat, has had a medical emergency and she needs the vessel immediately, putting the entire shoot at risk. The crew tries to reason with her, explaining they're filming a new version of Anaconda, a project...
Revelio.
No real options left and Joe closing in, Anna finally agrees and gets ready to take control of the boat. The crew gets excited as they explore the boat, which turns out to be way more dangerous than they expected, almost like a yacht. Meanwhile, Joe requests a log of every boat that's
Showing
left
off
the
is a
area for the
mother
last few hours, determined not to lose
Hello
any.
there. Perhaps you can help me.
Doug raises his glass and makes a toast to the gods of cinema, asking them not to wreck his movie. The next day, filming kicks off near a massive waterfall with a raw, natural look that fires everyone up. Scene, Ron and Claire act out an argument that closely mirrors the one Anna and Paulo had back in the jungle. At the same time, Kenny records a series of daily videos as a kind of production diary, capturing everything behind the scenes. Through these clips, not only does the story take shape, centered on a biologist who hires a snake hunter to track down the anaconda that wiped out her entire family, but something more personal comes out too. The split between Ron and Doug. They once planned to move to Los Angeles together to chase their dreams, but Doug ended up staying behind. A single decision that quietly set their lives on very different paths. With Carlos's help, Kenny shoots a series of POV shots from the anaconda's perspective, trying to capture that silent, stalking feel of a predator closing in. Starts to resurface between Ron and Claire, fueled by proximity and shared memories. Later, Doug openly points out the obvious chemistry between them. Ron admits that working alongside his friends feels unmatched, nothing like the big productions he's been part of. Cold sets with no real passion behind them. During dinner, the crew talks through the action scenes they still need to shoot. The conversation spirals into something both tense and absurd, making Anna, at least for a moment, regret ever getting involved. That same night, while everyone sleeps, Carlos's snake quietly slithers across the boat, stopping just inches from Ron. He wakes up in a panic and screams, driven by pure instinctive fear. The next day, Ron confronts Kenny, calling out Carlos's obvious lack of professionalism. He points out that Carlos never showed any certification proving the snake was properly controlled or handled. Carlos stays calm, trying to reassure them that everything is under control. Half convinced and out of options, they decide to push forward and gear up to capture the most dangerous shots of the film. At first, Ron is hesitant to shoot the scene.
Looked rather dark in there. Never stopped me before.
When Doug asks him to hold the animal during the take, fear takes over. Ron panics and throws the snake into the water. Within seconds, the boat's propellers catch it and shred it, killing the creature instantly. After a symbolic funeral with Carlos burning the remains of his beloved snake as a final goodbye, one of Joe's men manages to track them down. But before he can report their location, a real anaconda bursts from the water and swallows him whole, leaving him no time to react. Later, Ron tries to make peace with Carlos, but Carlos refuses to even look him in the eye. After pushing through with apologies, Ron offers him a few beers, and the two start talking about Ron's stalled career. Moved by Ron's confession of feeling like a failure and being completely stuck, Carlos makes a reckless decision to head alone into the jungle and capture another snake, hoping to help his friend finally become a star. Together, they disappear into the forest under the cover of night. As they move deeper in, they end up getting separated, and the anaconda begins stalking them in complete silence. Terrified, Ron begs Carlos to head back to the boat. But when he gets no answer and can't find him anywhere, he decides to turn back alone. Carlos, though, luck runs out. The massive creature intercepts him and kills him in a brutal attack. Back on the boat, Ron tells Doug that Carlos is missing, downplaying it by saying he'll probably be back by morning. But as more than an hour passes, unease spreads through them. With no other options, they decide to go looking for him along with Anna. Eventually, in the middle of nowhere, they stumble across an abandoned truck. Joe has secretly slipped onto the boat and is quietly coordinating with his men to track down Anna. The film crew takes shelter inside the abandoned truck. Suddenly, the Anaconda throws Carlos's lifeless body onto the vehicle, triggering instant chaos. Face to face with the creature, everyone freezes in terror, and it's Anna who has to step up and take control, organizing a desperate escape. The truck's engine...
Revelio.
He's high and completely out of
I have a terrible curse
time
where I
left.
can't
Doug risks stepping outside to try and start it himself. Moving carefully and making as little noise as possible, he manually reconnects the car. The second the headlights flick on, they reveal a horrifying sight. The Anaconda was inches away from the bow. Tearing off at full speed as the monster chases them relentlessly. During the escape, they're intercepted by Joe's men. Anna finally tells the truth. They're illegal miners, ready to kill anyone who trespasses on their land. Without hesitation, Anna grabs a rifle and starts taking...
Revelio.
Kenny manages to capture the entire thing on his own, while Doug stands frozen, deeply shaken by Anna's strength, courage, and commanding presence. Just as they're about to reach the boat, Anna breaks away from them. Joe stops them and demands to know where she is. The four friends play dumb, claiming they have no idea. At that exact moment, Anna comes up behind him and knocks him out with a clean, decisive strike. Once back on board, Anna tells Doug she can get them out of the jungle alive as long as they keep heading north and don't stray off course. Even though Doug's disappointed about having to end the shoot early, he makes a drastic call. He rewrites the story from scratch, turning Anna into the main hero and pushing Ron and Claire into supporting roles. The next day, Doug shows them the new script. Tension spikes instantly as Ron and Claire feel sidelined and betrayed. That night, Ron opens up to Claire, admitting the deep frustration he carries from years of professional failure. Back with her own truth. Despite looking successful on the surface, her personal life is a total mess. The next morning, Ron, visibly drunk, confronts Doug. In the midst of the argument, they watch a massive production ship glide past. Back with Hollywood stars. It's the official Anaconda shoot backed by a major international studio. Cornered by reality, the group turns on Ron, and finally, he admits that they watch a massive production ship glide past, backed with Hollywood stars. It's the official Anaconda shoot backed by a major international studio. Cornered by reality, the group turns on Ron, and finally, he admits the truth. He never had the rights to the story. It was all alone. A desperate call meant to shake them out of their mediocre lives and push them to chase their dreams just once. Furious and deeply disappointed, Doug kicks Ron out, not giving him a chance to explain. Ron gathers his things and takes off in his small boat, determined to leave. Claire tries to convince him to stay, leaning on their friendship and shared memories. But nothing she says changes his mind. Not long after
Revelio.
the massive studio set has been completely destroyed, and he watches in horror as the giant snake devours
The Minister for Magic didn't get where he is by sitting on his hands.
Turns back immediately.
My first employment was at Honeydew.
Situation far worse than he expected. Meanwhile, the boat has come to a stop.
Very partial
Doug
to
explains
Mother
that Hannah has found a new location to continue shooting.
Just let me know if there's something in particular you're looking for.
Convinced his life is in danger. That's when Anna finally reveals her true intentions. She pulls a gun and forces them at gunpoint to head toward a specific part of the jungle. Almost at the same time, Ron returns
Nothing
and
like
Joe
finding
arrives
just
as well.
the right thing,
But
is
both
there?
find the boat empty.
Let me know if there's anything else I can do to
Ron
help.
spots Joe's raft and starts putting together a desperate plan. Anna leads
more
Doug,
stimulating
Claire,
to
and Kenny
one's
to an
intellect.
abandoned dock where they pick up several hidden packages. That's when the truth comes out. Anna is a smuggler, and the gold is part of her illegal operation. Out of nowhere, Joe shows up, and the real twist hits. He's actually an undercover cop trying to protect the jungle's natural resources. In the chaos, Ron bursts in, trying to save his friends, and ends up shooting Joe, realizing far too late the terrible mistake he's made. As Anna raises the weapon toward him, she executes him without hesitation. With no way out and nowhere to run, Anna prepares to kill them all. Claire tries to reason with her, begging her to do the right thing. It doesn't work. Just when everything seems lost, Claire finds unexpected courage, knocks Anna out, and snatches the machine gun from her hands. At that exact moment, the Anaconda erupts from the water and drags Anna down into the depths, vanishing from her. Using the chaos to their advantage, they all take off. Claire shouts that the boat is on the other side, but warns them the creature is still lurking there. In the middle of the escape, Doug suddenly realizes he's been bitten by a spider. Kenny and his usual clumsy way, suggests that the only solution is in the end, we'll find out he really actually does it, peeing on Doug's leg and adding an absurd, almost darkly funny note to an otherwise life or death moment. After that ridiculous scene, the four of them cautiously push deeper into the jungle. Admitting honestly that he's always been jealous of Ron's talent and the chances life seems grabs Doug, dragging him violently into the thick vegetation. The rest of the group freezes and terrified in the vastness of the jungle, his life seemed to handle. But before the conversation can go any further, the anaconda suddenly appears and grabs Doug, dragging him violently into the thick vegetation. The rest of the group freezes in horror, lost and terrified in the vastness of the jungle. With nothing they can do, they're forced to retreat, hearts shattered. As they wander with no clear direction, Ron is overwhelmed by guilt for pulling everyone into something so dangerous. Claire tries to comfort him.
Nothing like finding just the right fit.
How to conjure large pot.
Hello everybody, this overworks like space. So how do we? There's no way to conjure it. You need to buy this spell in order to create this. Hello everybody, this overworks legacy guide I'm going to show you how you can get a large potting table, because some of the plants you want to create needs larger space. So how do we get them? So let me show you. First of all, there's a hint that if you look at the bottom, you see purchase from tomes and scrolls. So we'll show you that you need to purchase it. There's no way to conjure it. You need to.
How the fuck did you get there?
Revelio.
Buy this spell in order to create this table. Now open the map, go to world map, and scroll, save large purchasing.
Don't fucking open that bitch. don't know that fucking button. How to cast Conjuring spell. This bitch.
There's no telling what lies in wait for me in there.
To make the movie, and that now the only thing that matters is surviving. Eventually, they reach higher ground, where Kenny points out that the open area ahead is far too exposed to cross safely. If they're going to make it, they'll need to create a distraction. Suddenly, they hear the unmistakable sound of a massive predator closing in. In a move that's as desperate as Kenny suggests using what they believe is done. The creature while they escape. Terrified Terrified but out of options, the others agree and lay him out in a clearing surrounded by other dead animals. As the anaconda slithers closer, the group realizes in shock that Doug is still breathing. Screaming for him to run, they beg him to move. In the chaos, a pig that had been sleeping on top of him suddenly wakes up and becomes the snake's target instead, buying Doug just enough time to get away. Seizing the moment, the group escapes, and once they're at a safe distance, Ron and Doug finally reconcile, letting go of years of resentment. Night falls as the friends reach the ruins of the big studio's film set. Ron finds a radio and tries to make contact with the outside world. Just as
The castle
radio crackles out the chilly
must have
words,
been quite stately in its time.
the anaconda strikes again, launching a brutal attack. At the very last second, they're saved by a man who drives the monster back with gunfire. None other than Ice Cube, the legendary survivor of the original 90s expedition, whose arrival is as unexpected as it is miraculous. Once they are safe, he explains that the entire area is packed with cameras and explosives, but the controls were destroyed by the creature itself. After snapping a quick selfie with veteran Andy Monica, the veteran heads back into the jungle, determined to find Jennifer Lopez and the rest of his crew who are still missing. Meanwhile, Doug and Ron, ready to end the nightmare once and for all, come up with a plan to turn the site's pyrotechnics to their advantage. While Kenny and Claire work on activating every light and camera still functioning, Doug and Ron get ready to lure the beast into the blast zone using a vehicle as bait. Sensing the creature closing in, Ron yells to grab its attention, and seconds later, the anaconda bursts out of the shadows, forcing Doug to floor it. But when they reach the first trigger point, the explosions fail to go off. Kenny and Claire are forced to step in, frantically searching for the control panel by hand. They finally manage to trigger the first blast and run for their lives, only to hit a dead end. To their horror, they realize the explosions weren't enough to stop the massive creature. That's when Ron steps forward, gun in hand, echoing the heroic lines he used to shout in the videos they made as kids. With absolute resolve, he declares that no one is hurting his friends as long as he's still standing. One precise shot hits a gas line, setting off a massive explosion that completely obliterates the anaconda. In the creature's final desperate attempt to strike back, Doug finishes it without mercy, stabbing it with a small statuette his son gave him, finally ending the nightmare that had hunted them to this point. 1 year later, everything has changed. What started as a chaotic project born from mistakes, danger, and desperate choices turns into an unexpected success. The film wins awards at a festival, and the group finally earns the recognition that once felt completely out of reach. The perfect ending comes when Jennifer Lopez herself shows up at Doug's house, admitting she was genuinely blown away by his work. Just like that, she invites him to direct the next official installment of the franchise. And that's how this story ends.
Arcade is the one place where your answers could earn you money. How much confetti do we need? Take your best guess. Best guess line. Play with us in the mobile app. Your chance to win up to $15,000. Get ready.
Everything kicks off when a group of kids walks into Freddy Fazbear's, the original pizzeria. Lights blazing, cheerful music playing.
Oh my god. Go ahead, you want some time? No, I want to do something. Use me. Yeah, you know what's funny? I recently saw a clip. There was a guy who used nails in his face, trying to over you go, and it got all his hair. Yeah, no eyebrows or mustache. Like my eyelash. No, he went. Yeah, if I was.
looks off when a group of kids walks into Freddy Fazbear's, the original pizzeria. Lights blazing, cheerful music playing, and those classic plush animatronics. Families celebrating. Laughs are everywhere. But in the middle of all that noise, one girl stands out. Charlotte. She sits quietly, watching everything with this almost unsettling focus. Her best friend walks over, hands her a drink, a Freddy Fazcola, and practically drags her to the table where the rest of the kids are hanging out. They're celebrating a birthday. When she sits down, Charlotte notices something seriously wrong. She sees Freddy leading a kid toward the back of the building. Startled, she rushes to get help, but nobody takes her seriously. They think she's overreacting. Some even call her crazy and tell her to go back to her rooms. She's determined. She goes after the kid again. The blonde girl tries to stop her and warns her. Charlotte, don't do it! But Charlotte doesn't listen. She moves forward carefully, trying to figure out what's really happening. She finds the boy hiding, picks him up to help him, but the animatronic spots her. It raises a knife and starts slowly walking toward them. Terrified, Charlotte gathers all her strength and bolts, trying to get the kid out of there. With all her strength, she manages to reach the exit, screaming desperately for help. Everyone turns toward her, and that's when they see the truth. The animatronic stabbed her before she could escape. Charlotte dies. Her body drops into a hole in the floor and a strange, almost ghost-like figure, the marionette, lifts her into its arms. The news spreads instantly. Reports talk about kids crying over Freddy's pizzas, chaos everywhere, pure horror, and the announcement that the pizzeria will stay closed forever. 20 years after that tragedy, and 1 year after the first movie, we see Vanessa. She gets a call from Mike asking if she's been having nightmares lately. Not long after, Abby, Mike's little sister, shows up, teasing them and asking if they've already kissed, though Mike quickly says they're just friends. Then Jeremiah walks in to help with the paint job. He jokes with Mike, saying that if he plans on asking Vanessa out, he'll need all the luck he can get because she's a little unusual. On the way to school, Abby rides the bus, telling everyone what happened to her at Freddy Fazbear's. How Chica tried to shove her into a suit, but Mike got there just in time to save her. The other kids are shocked, but she insists she's telling the truth, and even mentions how Vanessa helped her too. Everyone wants to know what happened to William Afton's suit, and Abby explains that the suit basically trapped him inside. When she gets off the bus, the kids ask if she'd ever go back to the pizzeria, but she says she'd only return if her brother manages to fix the animatronics. In class, the teacher mentions that animatronics aren't really advanced tech compared to the robots they're building there. Abby's working on a small robot, but it ends up falling apart. The teacher, with zero patience, tells her that maybe robotics just isn't for everyone, and that it's fine if she can't bring anything to the Fast Tech Fair coming up soon.
Yeah,
when he walks away, one of her classmates approaches and tells her she actually does have talent, and maybe what she should really be doing is fixing her old animatronic friends. When she gets home, Abby finds Mike getting ready to go out to dinner with Vanessa. She helps him straighten his tie, and he tells her he's leaving money so she can order a pizza. But the only thing she wants is to go see her friends, the animatronics. Mike doesn't let her, reminding her they're all broken, which leaves Abby clearly upset. Once he leaves, she stays there staring at her drawings, all of them showing her happy, surrounded by the animatronics she misses so much. Meanwhile, at dinner, we see Mike sitting alone. Vanessa doesn't show up at the agreed time. A good while passes before she finally walks in. She tells him that for a moment, it actually feels nice to be a normal person. Just someone eating at a restaurant, because both of them have been through some heavy stuff. She also mentions she signed up for spinning classes and has started making new friends. Then she asks about Abby. Mike explains that Abby really misses the animatronics, something he finds pretty strange. Vanessa suggests he be honest with her and not feed her false hope.
Is something the matter?
After that,
Most
Mike asks her to
decidedly,
talk
yes.
about her nightmares.
But I tried to fight
Vanessa
back, but
tries to
there was
dodge the
no
topic.
match for them.
Eventually,
I'm sorry
she
about
feels
your
like
mum,
she'll
Paul.
never escape her father's shadow unless she confronts what's buried in her mind. When Mike gets
Garner.
home, he realizes
Just Garner.
Abby isn't there and
I'm only
panics.
one goblin.
He finds a
Not
note she left
particularly
saying she
brave one
went to
at that.
fix her friends.
I have no
Without
chance against
hesitating,
a
Mike
pack of
rushes to
bloodthirsty
Freddy's pizza.
poachers.
He finds Abby sitting there sad,
Biscuit.
thinking,
I can
waiting for
only
the
hope she's able
animatronics.
to escape.
He apologizes for lying to her. She, confused, asks where they are. Mike tries to comfort her, saying maybe they're in heaven, which would be beautiful, but that they'll always stay in her heart. To cheer her up, Mike starts playing with her and shows her some animatronic toys, trying to bring a little joy back into her day. Abby looks down at the floor and finds Freddy's head, a Faz talker, a small device that lets you talk to the animatronics in real life. Mike tells her she can keep it, and they take it home together. As he's closing the pizzeria door, Mike notices a sign taped to the entrance that reads, "They kill at Freddy's. If you want to know more, call me." The thought digs right into his mind. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a group of friends known as the Ghost Hunters, who film fake documentaries, shows up at Freddy's Pasture Pizzas, the original pizzeria, planning to film a video about paranormal activity. They're all talking about the story of the little girl who died there. And soon, a man named Michael appears, offering to guide them on an exclusive tour through the restaurant. He tells them they're free to record whatever they want. Among the legends they share, they mention Marionette, an incredibly advanced puppet for its time, able to leave the stage and coordinate all the other animatronics. Nothing like her was ever built again. She's the same figure that appeared holding the dead girl in its arms, and many believe she acts on her own free will. Michael introduces them to the animatronics that are still active: Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica. He explains that Foxy isn't around anymore. After taking him apart and rebuilding him again and again, he never worked right again. As they walk through the place, Lisa hears a strange sound, even though no one else notices it.
I'll keep an eye out for your Mooncraft
Curious,
Garlic.
she breaks away from the group to investigate, despite
If only
Michael
all of us
warning
had
them
kind was as
beforehand that the
gracious to
place feeds
goblins.
on your mind and
If
can
you
mess
do
with your
see her
senses
and
if you
bring
let
her
it.
safely home to me,
The group spreads
I
out into
promise to
different
reward
areas
you
of the
for your
pizzeria.
efforts.
One of the guys jumps when a light bulb
Do
suddenly
keep an eye out
explodes
for
and
her.
accidentally
And be
slips into
careful
a
out there.
flooded section.
Poachers are an
Michael,
unscrupulous
meanwhile, walks
lot.
with Rob to show him what
I
they
should
call
try
the
and
Kids
rescue
Bay,
Cardiff's Mooncalf.
another dark,
Sounds
abandoned
as if
part
I'd
of
need
the
to head
building.
north to find those
Lisa
poachers.
follows the noise to an old music box that's still playing. She turns it off, but immediately notices a gift-shaped box nearby start to move, like something inside is breathing. She steps closer. The box begins to open with a slow, tense creak, revealing the long, sinister figure of Marionette, who leaps forward and devours her whole. Somewhere else in the building, Rob hears a noise and asks what happened. But before he gets an answer, he sees Michael's unsettling smile. Seconds before he gets devoured, too. The friend who fell into the water tries to climb out, but he spots several marionette faces rising toward him from the long, sinister figure of Marionette, who leaps forward and devours her whole. Somewhere else in the building, Rob hears a noise and asks what happened. But before he gets an answer, he sees Michael's unsettling smile. Seconds before he gets devoured, too. The friend who fell into the water tries to climb out, but he spots several marionette faces rising toward him from under the surface. And in an instant, he's attacked too. Michael, curious and smiling, slowly heads down to where Lisa had been. She's fighting desperately not to be swallowed by Marionette, but the creature eventually overpowers her. Within seconds, the girl transforms into a new Marionette, and driven by a wild instinct, she charges after him. But Michael manages to slip away just in time. When he sees her transformed, he greets her with a sinister smile and murmurs, "Welcome home, Charlotte." Because Marionette needed a host to reactivate. Meanwhile, Abby tries to fix the fast talker she brought from the original pizzeria. She talks to it as if the animatronics could really hear her, telling them how much she misses them. Mike watches her quietly from the doorway, worried about her growing emotional attachment to those creatures. Elsewhere, we see Vanessa training. While looking at herself in the mirror, she suddenly sees the figure of her father inside Freddy's suit. Terror freezes her, then sends her sprinting across the gym. She shuts her eyes to calm herself, but when she opens them again, he's still there, closer each time. In her panic, she mistakes her trainer for her father, and ends up pointing a gun at him before realizing what's actually happening. When she gets home, she locks every door and window, trying to give herself a moment of peace. Exhausted, she falls asleep, but slips into a trance. She wakes up inside her old house.
Now then, you guys.
The TV flickers, broken, blasting static. Vanessa walks upstairs, searching for her father. She faces him and tells him, but slips into a trance. She wakes up inside her old house. The TV flickers, broken, blasting static. Vanessa walks upstairs, searching for her father. She faces him and tells him she's not scared of him anymore, that she doesn't need him, that she's nothing like him. But when he steps closer, she tries to run, only to find the door won't open. Her father whispers that he's not done with her yet, that she's his favorite, that he always looked out for her, that she's his daughter, and she has a purpose she must fulfill. Vanessa runs and locks herself in a room. Suddenly, her adult form fades.
She becomes a small, defenseless child again. Her father tells her she'll never escape and shows her a new animatronic, a creation meant for her mission. He grabs her by the arms, completely possessive, repeating that she will always belong to him. In that instant,
you could be vaping formaldehyde, which is used in taxidermy.
What?
Okay, that's okay.
Repeating that she will always belong to him. In that instant, Vanessa manages to break out of the room and returns to her police form. Mustering all her courage, she shoots her father. He collapses, whispering that she'll always be his before disappearing into the darkness of the trance. Vanessa snaps back to consciousness, gasping for air, but finally free, at least for now. Somewhere else, a storm is hitting hard while Abby is about to fall asleep. Suddenly, the fast talker switches on by itself, playing the animatronics' voices. They tell her they need her help, that she has to guide them, that only she can show them the way. Abby looks at Mike sleeping, grabs her bike, and quietly heads out toward the pizzeria to reunite with her friends. When Abby arrives, she notices her friends aren't anywhere in sight and starts calling for them, worried. Out of nowhere, Chica appears to welcome her, saying she's missed her so much. Proudly, she shows off her new body. Abby looks at her and says she seems different, cold to the touch, but still looks good. Curious, she asks why they called her for help. Chica evades the question with this unsettling sweetness, saying it doesn't matter, that the only thing that really matters is that they're together again. The next morning, Vanessa shows up at Mike's house looking for him, but no one's there.
God, if
All
it's
she
right.
finds is the fast talker,
Better be careful.
lying on the floor. Suddenly, Abby appears and accidentally jump scares her. She tells Vanessa to get her breakfast and invites her to see her 3D project. Excited, she says she finished it.
He survived longer than
Kids and a small when Mike gets back, she tells him that Abby can't see Chica and the Mike doesn't get it and insists it must have been the fast talker that he just pieces. He then tells Vanessa that Charlotte's father was the one who posed her on the pizza. That's why the device talked to him, because it reminded him of his daughter's story and of her past father, Vanessa. Those words hit Vanessa. She snaps, telling him she never should because her father was a monster, someone she's been trying to get away from her whole life. She reminds him she doesn't need his help, and that he should be focusing on taking care of her. Later, Mike drops Abby off at the science fair. She wants the project. He leaves her there, saying he has someone he needs to help. Vanessa meanwhile decides to head to the pizzeria to make sure everything is okay. Inside, she forgets the camera Charlotte used to hide it, but Charlotte isn't. Speaking softly to her as if she might still be listening from somewhere. Charlotte answers. She tells Vanessa she's to keep her under control. Vanessa, trying to stay calm, reminds her that she knows exactly what Charlotte wants, to escape and hurt people. She explains that the animatronics have a perimeter lock, a system that keeps any of them, including Charlotte, from leaving the pizzeria. Charlotte responds in a soft but threatening voice, saying that if Vanessa won't help her get out, she has another friend who will. She insists she doesn't hate her, but Vanessa needs to stay out of her way. In that moment, Charlotte appears fully transformed into Marionette, moving with a disturbing presence just to intimidate her. Meanwhile, Abby arrives at the science fair. Her teacher, who clearly can't stand her, grabs her robot and throws it aside with disgust, smashing it completely. Heartbroken, Abby runs to seek comfort from her friends, the animatronics. She tells Chica that her teacher destroyed her project, and now she has nothing to present. Chica tries to soothe her, telling her that she can be the project, but first she reminds Abby why they called her. They needed her help. It's time for Abby to help them install a code. Meanwhile, Charlotte confronts Vanessa and warns her that if she doesn't hand over the code that unlocks the perimeter, she's going to kill Abby. Vanessa tries to act tough, thinking Charlotte won't actually do it, but she quickly realizes Charlotte means every word. In the end, she gives in. She recites the code word for word, freeing the animatronics just to keep Abby safe. Abby, unaware of any of this, grabs a taxi to take Chica to the science fair. Meanwhile, Mike goes to speak with Charlotte's father. The man tells him he was surprised to get his call. For years, the only calls he ever got were kids prank dialing him, asking for pizzas. He says that everyone, cops, reporters, neighbors, kept insisting everything that happened at Freddy's was just a coincidence, a one-off incident. But he never bought it. Coincidences don't exist, not when it comes to his daughter. He mentions that the science fair turned into this big event full of people celebrating the animatronics, and says it makes no sense. Then he shows Mike some photos where you can see a river inside the pizzeria. The same river that used to be Charlotte's favorite spot when she was alive. When Mike calls to make sure Abby is actually at the science fair, he's told she isn't. Panic hits instantly. He rushes out telling the man that Abby is at the pizzeria and she's in danger. Before Mike leaves, Charlotte's father gives him one last desperate piece of advice. Music was the only thing that ever calmed his daughter. If Mike is going to face her, he needs to take the music box he built for her with his own hands. Mike rushes into the pizzeria, frantic, calling out for Abby. He moves through the dark hallways, shouting her name over and over, but there's no answer. During his search, he finds the animatronic bodies torn apart. Twisted metal, dead eyes, pieces scattered across the floor like they were ripped off violently. Horrified, he keeps going, not realizing there's a human body lying just a few feet away, apparently lifeless. Meanwhile, Abby approaches her teacher, proudly presenting Chica as part of her science project. The teacher, assuming it's just someone in a costume, gets annoyed and brushes her off. He walks away muttering in frustration, not knowing that Chica is following him. Chica tells Abby she's going to talk to him, that she wants to know what's really inside his head. The teacher strolls down the hallway without a care until he comes face to face with Chica. Before he can react, she shoves him to the ground. He tries to crawl away, panicking, but Chica follows him slowly, without rushing, almost savoring the terror in his eyes. When she finally grabs him by the neck, she repeats with unsettling calm that she just wants to see what's inside his head. In an instant, she rips it off in one clean pull and looks inside. Nothing, she says, dropping the lifeless head to the floor. Back at the pizzeria, Mike finds Vanessa. Injured and exhausted, she finally tells him the truth. Charlotte is behind everything. The animatronics he saw earlier were jumps. They were just prototype parts used for replacements. She begs him to let her help find Abby. Vanessa explains that the spirit haunting the place is Marionette, and that after Charlotte died, she kept seeing her there, stuck in the last emotion she felt before dying, frozen in pure rage. A music box kept her asleep, held her power back. She had always been dormant until something woke her. Mike then remembers that Henry built the music box for that exact reason. At that moment, they hear a sound, and Mike, confused, steps back and falls into the old water beneath the pizzeria. Just as a toy animatronic is about to kill him, Vanessa jumps in and saves him. She explains that Marionette, or Charlotte, if any part of her is still left, needs to connect with someone to amplify her powers and take control of all the animatronics. Also, the perimeter lock had a system that drained the animatronics' energy whenever they tried to leave. But now, with the code unlocked, there's no perimeter holding them back anymore. Vanessa apologizes for not telling Mike the truth from the start. Then she heads out to find Abby before it's too late. Meanwhile, Abby is receiving a trophy for her science project. At that exact moment, Chica receives the alert triggered by Mike. The signal telling her to disconnect. To stop the connection Charlotte is forcing onto all the animatronics. But Chica reactivates the prototypes instead. Then Mike manages to track down Freddy, who's attending a costume party in honor of Freddy Fazbear's. At the same time, a little girl is resting peacefully in her room when she suddenly sees an animatronic approaching her. Meanwhile, Vanessa loses control of the car she's driving because of the prototype Foxy, now merged with another animatronic. At the same moment, Freddy arrives at a couple's house with the intention of killing them, because, as Vanessa explained, Charlotte believes all parents are responsible for her death. Bonnie heads out to visit a girl named Debbie, trying to form a connection. She tells the girl she's going to check if her mom will let them stay up a little later. Meanwhile, Mike has to face the rest of the prototype animatronics that have already awakened. To get past this, he uses an animatronic mask and manages to slip by almost all of them unnoticed. It works on most, but Foxy doesn't fall for it. Elsewhere, Bonnie tries to attack Debbie's mom, even as the girl begs her not to. Mike, determined to protect them, sacrifices himself and manages to shut down all the animatronics just in time, preventing Bonnie from hurting Debbie's mother and preventing Foxy from killing him. Mike calls Vanessa to tell her they've all been deactivated, but the map shows one still active, moving non-stop. The signal points to his own house. It has to be Marionette. Chica drops Abby off in her bed and suddenly something starts emerging from inside her. It's Marionette, who terrifies the girl. Because of this, all the animatronics reactivate, which means Vanessa and Mike will need help. There are too many to take on alone. Mike gets an idea. Talk to them directly. He tells the real animatronics, the ones who haven't shown up yet since only the toys have appeared, that Abby needs their help, that he can't protect her on his own. Since Vanessa's car stopped working, Jeremiah happens to pass by and offers her a ride. Vanessa arrives at Mike's house and discovers that Abby has been possessed by Marionette. She still believes Charlotte is behind everything, so she begs her to let Abby go. But Mike arrives with a music box and manages to lull her back into a weakened state. It's then that Michael, Vanessa's brother, the same one who brought the children, appears. Michael often steps forward and tells them his father is dead, but he's chosen to continue his legacy. He's picked the fair as the perfect stage since a big celebration honoring the animatronics is happening there, and he'll be able to kill a lot of people. He tells Vanessa that no matter how much she tried to live a quiet life, she can't escape where she comes from. She's still her father's daughter, and she has a purpose to fulfill. He adds that, one way or another, they will always belong to him, and asks her to come home with him. But Vanessa stands her ground and tells him she is home. Michael leaves, ordering his toy animatronics to destroy them and make them suffer. But before his plan can unfold, Foxy shows up and tears the new toy animatronics apart, one by one. Soon after, Freddy arrives, and finally Bonnie and Chica, the 4 original animatronics, wipe out the newer prototypes because they heard Mike's desperate call to protect Abby. Michael tries to run, but Jeremiah catches him, hits him, and knocks him out. But then something strange starts happening. The animatronics begin to malfunction. Vanessa explains that their systems, corrupted after years trapped inside Freddy's, are breaking down, and that they were never meant to leave Freddy Fazbear's in the first place. In the middle of the chaos, the boy from the first movie appears to Abby. He tells her they have to go, that they can't stay forever, and that they're heading to heaven now. He also warns her that once they leave, they won't be able to stop what's coming, that something will awaken, something stronger. But Mike can't figure out who he means. Just then, Jeremiah reappears. Mike decides to leave with Jeremiah and Abby, and he tells Vanessa to stay away from them. He says he can't trust her anymore because she kept too many secrets. Heartbroken, Vanessa watches them walk away. Left alone outside the house, Marionette silently appears and possesses her. And that's how Five Nights at Freddy's 2 comes to an end.
Do you want free internet?
Okay.
Forever? You got it. We're offering free fiber-powered internet when you switch 4 mobile lines to Spectrum. No internet bills, no internet taxes. Huh? Again. Want it? Call this number to find out.
First time doing this. There you go. Oh, yeah. Look. He can join his buddies. Is this amazing or what? Look at that. Just a baby shark just...
It's 123. We got Frontiers of Pandora. Only missing the Way of Water hype by 1 year. I can imagine how that would have helped with marketing a little bit. While Skull and Bones, for some reason, got it all. Now, I said this back then, I'm gonna say it again. This is hands down the best Far Cry game we've gotten since Primal. Becoming an alien wonder on a massive planet with potentially the most visually impressive world with unbelievable sound quality you've ever heard. Unfortunately, watered down brutally by 2 things. An insane lack of enemy variety making most fights feel generic, and those boring cliche story they couldn't told. And then they redeemed themselves with the expansion.
I've rescued Biscuit.
You feels like a pre-war Fallout, or how they did Far Cry 5 to New Dawn, except New Dawn was terrible. I'll be honest, and it sounds like most people agree, I didn't care for the main character in the campaign. This time, you get to play as the Pandora, who tries to retire.
If it weren't for me, I suspect those poachers would have flayed her alive.
Oh, perish the thought. Thank Merlin you were able to save her in time. I cannot wait to get her home.
Ubisoft's reputation hasn't exactly been good in recent years, and there's definitely reasons for that. But
I is sneaky talking like, bro, I'm doing none of that shit, bro. If I find out, bro, I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you, bro. I put that on my gang, bro.
I ain't from Crip Lord blood. I'm from Crazy Messy Plant Terrestre though, so yeah.
Street politics, the best hood
I'm glad she's safe now. I'm sure she'll...
with the black essays
As I
represent that double S. Coming out of LA
restored at
and
least a
putting it
modicum
down
of my
in
faith
the
in
midst of
Wizard
racial
Mind.
tension, taxation,
and I
and
can't
the
thank you
overall
enough.
program that Southside hoods follow in Southern California. Now, we know a lot of things have bubbled up on the internet in terms of racial politics making it to the forefront between black and brown communities. We've seen a lot of comments made, a lot of back and forth, and we know this is an issue that is not only more complex and political than gangbanging, but it's also something that's been in the LA streets for a long time. And what a lot of people don't talk about is where the black essays lie in this situation. Now, the key thing is we know it's a group of different Southside hoods all throughout LA County, San Diego County, the Inland Empire. It's a lot of different hoods that exist out here repping the 13. And to keep it real, I would say there's been black members from at least every single section and every single Southside hood that you can think of, whether it be in recent times or at one point in time. Being a black SA is not new to the streets. Now, we did a video last year about...
You know, kid is vaping the same. It's incredible.
Not new to the streets. Now, we did a video last year about Hispanic hoods. Some dudes end up walking that line, joining the black hood, and that path is pretty much the same for black essays. It all starts from the beginning. It's organic, whether it be elementary school, middle school, high school, whoever you align yourself with, the neighborhood that you're kicking it with, the family ties you may have, everything fits into place in terms of who people are going to be rocking with and what side they going to bang with. We've seen a lot of questions in the comments, especially through some of the recent racial things that's went on in the city, not only with what's going on social media, also these indictments that are coming out that give us a peek as to how people are talking about other communities and other races. But it's really not much of a question when talking about how the black dudes align themselves with Hispanic gangs. Now, the key thing is the issues really came from bringing prison politics all the way down to the street level and intertwining those ideologies and that rhetoric with everyday life with members on the streets. And it all starts with how Southsiders and Sureños differentiate. We've seen it said where black dudes can never become Sureños, basically insinuating that the jump from being just a regular Southsider to a Sureño is less about gangbanging, less about activity, and more about genetics and the color of your skin.
No blacks can ever make that final step. So if they can't make the final step, how would anybody believe they can make the first step? There were people that were adamant. A black dude cannot speak for our people. That's not gonna happen. That's gonna get you whacked because the main rival at the end of the day is the blacks. But you know, it was like, how you gonna have somebody that looks like our main rival telling our people what to do?
Now, this is just one individual talking. This doesn't represent how everybody feels. But this, either purposefully or inadvertently, has created the divide, not only in prison, but to black essays on the street within themselves and other black homies and a black essay and a Hispanic homie. And this is how everything is really played out on the streets with people on the inside and also people on the outside looking into these situations. We see black dudes rolling with Hispanic hoods, and we see people always have questions about how it is being from your hood. Now, the ideology of a black dude never being able to become something in a specific hood, I believe fosters specific traits in certain black essays that kind of make up the stigma that some may have about them. Choice. And I think some dudes fall into that stigma and others don't. So some of the main things we see is individuals that somewhat want to leave the black image alone completely. They fully embrace not only the culture, the accent, and of course, the ideologies that go along with the Southside program. But as the gangbang culture is progressing, as we see, everything is starting to look the same on all sides.
A wonderful
Everybody's
choice.
wearing the same clothes, talking the same, rapping the same way. So I think eventually the cultural gap will continue to bridge, and race politics will eventually matter less and less. But with people that kind of change and get down, we've seen this multiple times with individuals where they say they don't want to look black, whether it be with braids. There was a situation with Mr. Keith the Hood from Eastside Playboys where he said he didn't necessarily want to look black.
Why do you have that on? No, not the sweater, baby. The hat.
Oh, because then he'll say you look like that same black.
Nice. You're the black homie.
Simon too finished.
I don't know. That looks pretty done.
Situation with Neil Desire from Sunland Park, where he stated you would never catch him with braids. And I think that's somewhat of an extremist approach to the situation. And on the other hand, we have individuals that stick to the roots and just really said that they wanted to align themselves with. It shouldn't matter whether you banging a Hispanic hood or a black hood, you still are who you are. This is when we get individuals that we haven't really seen change up in a certain way and still put it down for they set. We've seen Rich Rabbit, also from Eastside Playboys, speak about when his homies approached him for acting too black. We've heard instances of One Way from Watts Video Break speak about how he feels blackballed, not only black and Hispanic side. He's too black for the Hispanics, too Hispanic for the blacks.
I feel like I'm blackballed on both, kind of.
What? Explain.
For the homie side, because I don't act like a homie. You know what I'm saying? I'm a homie though, 100%. You know what I'm saying? I'm an essay, 100%. And we love you, 100%. Welcome, great. I'm still 100%, you know what I'm saying? Without a doubt. Then with the blacks, that's blackball too, because I'm an essay. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's why I'm like low-key like respect.
The moment is now. Meet UpToDate Expert AI, a breakthrough in clinical decision support. UpToDate Expert AI combines the speed of Gen AI with the depth of expert-authored, peer-reviewed content, helping clinicians make confident decisions. Access the same trusted recommendations medical professionals have depended on for decades, faster and smarter than before. Ask questions the way you think and get actionable insights and care recommendations grounded in UpToDate's expert-authored content, from diagnosis to treatment. UpToDate.
So that's why I'm like low-key like.
And I think that's something that just comes with the territory, you know. Part of Hispanic food, they look at you like, what are you doing on me? And again, all of that stems from prison policy. But then get ready to talk about people not wanting to wear braids. We see Nick, PDS, with his hair and braids. But going back to individuals, like they don't want black members in the Hispanic community speaking up in Hispanic race. I don't think this is the agenda at all. Again, how all of this begins from black dudes being part of Hispanic hoods. It's all about
Levioso.
Take it to that next level. You get those type of conversations. The base level thinking has nothing to do with black people to speak up, or even Hispanic members having aspirations to be at that kind of political level. Everything starts off way more political, but that takes us to taxation or something that's not in black folks and black gangbangers. Everybody gets at one point in time. Those membership fees, them dues that go to the members up top, the guys that have somewhat made these rules and regulations that create the divide between not only black and brown enemies on the street, but also black and brown homies that exist within the same city. And this leads to what many people see is one of the most difficult stances of gangbanging, being a black essay, because you have situations where people are saying that you can't be something albeit there's been other dudes that have not been Mexican that have been made into the Mexican mafia. But this type of rhetoric creates extreme adversity that dudes either have to roll with or get rolled on. And this is why you don't really hear a lot of black Southsiders speaking on or checking some of the racial things that go on online. We've seen what was said by Lucky from Hood Stocks. That's one thing. Another situation was with Lucky from Cali Legends. That Maya word was crazy. But on the flip side, we've seen Gumby from Hoover speak about and express his ideologies on the shit. So we know it goes on with both sides. Racial tension going from black to brown, brown to black. Both sides participate in the bullshit. But the thing is, it came down when the Mexican mafia decided to extend their grip again from prison to the streets. We all know at one time they put a green light on black hoods out here, and it somewhat created a green light on their own homies. In terms of black dudes being from their hood, somewhat of a purge of black dudes from some hoods out here. Now, we also heard when Neil Design spoke about his situation with that. This is an older black dude who was around closer to the time of where that ideology derived from, where he spoke about even his homies somewhat looking to press the line on him and move him around because of him being black. And he basically insinuated to have to stand on his own too in the situation.
It ain't even a story, but like when they were doing that whole thing where black folks were getting jumped out of neighborhoods, there's a few homies that wanted to jump me out. No matter how much work I put in, whatever, they just wanted to jump me out because it's always been a jealousy thing.
Yeah.
But I refused.
I've completed my assignments, Professor.
When the whole thing with getting jumped out, I started
Professor Weasley will be too. I'll be sure to let her know how well you're coming along.
They came back. They didn't want to fight. They just wanted to bring
Professor
me back.
Hecat tells me she taught you Levioso, so you should be ready for a more advanced levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa requires a bit of concentration and a nice, graceful wand movement. Let's see you try your hand at it. When executed correctly, you should be able to pick up boulders as though they were sprigs of smoothboard.
What kind of mindset does that create when certain people, not everybody, and of course, not all Hispanics in these hoods feel the same way? A lot of times there's generational gaps where older dudes may feel a certain way. Certain homies that came home from the pen have indoctrinated themselves into a way of thinking, and they try to press those racial lines on the streets. Various different things transpire to how things get racial internally with Hispanic homies and black homies from the same hood. But not everybody in the Hispanic hood pushes that line. I've watched many different individuals that I've grown up with from elementary to middle school join Southside Hood, dudes that are black as hell, black mom, black father, and they bang in the double X and are accepted by their homies. They rolling with their homies, they doing the same thing. It's no different than if they had joined the black hood. Like I said, there's certain dudes that'll be in the street that put certain lines and somewhat apply pressure, really just to test somebody out and see how far you gonna go to represent this shit. But there has to be a balance between race and gangbanging, because on the other hand, black dudes don't join Hispanic gangs to just be representing all black shit. And the same goes for Hispanics and black gangs. They don't join black gangs to just be all on some Hispanic shit. And once that's understood, that's where I believe balance is restored. Again, everybody understands what they signed up for. But even amidst the situations where certain people calling for black dudes to be jumped out of these hoods, we see black dudes have always been a part of these hoods, even before the current political structure that we all know and are all familiar with now in current times was implemented. There's been black essays in these hoods before, and clearly even after things got racial. They still exist, and even now, black essays have become more prevalent, especially with this social media era, where we're seeing a lot more into people's hoods. But I personally know at least 10 dudes that I grew up with that were black essays from different hoods. So do the racial things really matter in the Southside hood? Again, race politics on both sides. Now, I haven't seen it as much when it comes to Hispanic Crips being from black hoods and shit like that, or Hispanic Bloods. I'm sure sometimes it does transpire, it does happen in those hoods. Definitely not as prevalent as other races being in the Hispanic hood. And it starts a lot of times with joking, where dudes make jokes about your skin color or about your race, things like that. And again, all these things are testers to see how far you're willing to align with the program. But Another thing that comes with being a black SA is the spotlight. Like I spoke on, every time we see an interview with a black SA, we always get that question, what is it like being black in the Hispanic hood? A lot of people on the outside looking in have raised eyebrows and seeing certain things like that, especially if you're not from California. We see many dudes in the limelight, especially rappers, that give us a glimpse into the program that they follow. Dudes like Drex the Joint, who is black, Tommy Gunn, Central Ave General from CV155, a hood that's been known to be racial in Compton. And then we got hood famous dudes, Peanut, Barrio Majados, Negro, PBS, Boxer, Liverpool Paragon. You know, it's hundreds, if not thousands, of dudes out here that we see putting it down. But like I said, with that ideology, there's two different ways you can be.
Y'all chunking up on five, tripping on the bitch. They be popping on the hops, you'll be popping on shit. How you trophy in the head, you don't even got skin.
We seen the situation with Sombra, aka Shadow, from Monrovia, a black SA, and at the time was an older homie of Monrovia Nuevo Barrio, a Hispanic hood in Monrovia. Now the paperwork states how we got into it. One of his homies, named Babyface, at a party all the way back in August 2000. And mind you, 2004, 2005 out here was very racial. And even though this wasn't inner city LA, everything was on the same scale throughout LA County. To my knowledge, it may have been even worse outside of the city. But Sombra over here with his homies, gets into it with one of his homies, and Babyface allegedly makes some racial statements. And again, with Sombra being black, felt the type of way. Now clearly, this is an individual who took pride in being black. My thing is, race really doesn't have to matter in this situation. Like I said, gangbanging is gangbanging. Stick to the gangbanging politics. The race politics should play no part in how niggas is putting it down on the streets. Dudes shouldn't have to lose themselves or excommunicate themselves from their lifestyle or their roots just to bang with the niggas that they rock with. But in all, again, with some racial comments made over here in Monrovia, Sombra ends up shooting Babyface in the back of the head and tried to run his body over, peeling off from the scene. Now, is this situation far-fetched? No. Can this situation happen in a black hood? For sure.
Curiosity
Anybody
they
on
teach
the
at
relationship on
Hogwarts will
both
not
sides
serve you well.
can become susceptible to some bullshit
Betting
like
on the
this.
dragon.
But like we've explained, racial things can transpire a lot more often in Hispanic hoods than they do in black hoods. Amongst each other. Again, I have to keep explaining that both sides, black versus brown, brown versus black, participated in equally.
It's I'm out before I find you.
This is the way it goes.
Confringo. Now you're just getting on my nerves. Experience. Confringo. You'll need to be quicker than that. Confringo. That's the best. I've seen better.
About the Black SAs, MPBS.
One less poacher in the wizarding
Barrio
world.
38th Street, also a strong Black SA
Hello,
over here.
Gamora.
But sometimes we see racial politics really don't matter because gangbanging always leads to the same result, no matter who gets knocked down. And that takes us to an individual named Paul Cleveland from Barrio 41st Street, who has proclaimed his name to be killer over here on 41st Street. Now, this situation over here with Barrio 41st Street, Eastside Rabbit Gang, the Playboys, is one to highlight because both of these hoods have black counterpart hoods that they coexist with, like many other hoods in the city. Barrio 41st Street is up at Gilbert Lindsay with Eastside Coltrane Gangsta Crip. And we know the Eastside Rabbits are up at South Park with by Trey Avalon Gangsta Crip. And it's somewhat a 2-on-2 over here on the east side in the low bottoms, black and brown versus black and brown. Now, rewind the clock back again to March 5th, 2018. The Playboys came over to Gilbert Lindsay, 42nd and San Pedro, on bikes. Ended up shooting a dude named Trouble from Barrio 41st Street. This was Hispanic dudes that shot another Hispanic dude over here in the mouth of the shoulder, but Trouble made it out of the situation and didn't lose his life. The 4 Hispanic dudes from PBS got about the situation, went back south towards their hood. Right after that, some black dudes pulled up over here to Gilbert Lindsay and hollered at Troubles about what happened. These black dudes were from Body on 41st Street. Troubles tells them it was the Rabbits.
How would you like to learn the knockback jinx flipendo? Once you've completed the necessary tasks, come and find me in the greenhouse.
Over here, quietly.
Missed walk, the late dinner, the quick goodbye.
I'm glad that you received my owl. We need to stay low and remain quiet.
Percy, what's going on? Why are we all the way out here?
As promised, I did some investigating to find out what Harlow is up to. I followed him to the Hog's Head. I noticed him reading a letter. All I could see was that it was signed by and bore the seal of Victor Rookwood. And after you told me that Rookwood and Harlow were after you, I decided that you were the perfect person to join me in taking them down. For good. That letter is the tangible proof that Officer Singer needs. It is why I followed Harlow here and why I wrote to you. I need your help to retrieve it.
Between these Southside hoods, because you can't say on one foot.
You seem to be very determined in stopping Rookwood and Harlow. Why?
I knew men like him in Uganda. I know
racial shit to the side. But with
Can't we just bypass off?
Got an eye buster, 41st Street blasted on his face.
I'll help you find the letter, Natty.
I'm glad to hear it. First, we must access the castle keep. I'll check the main gate, see if you can find another way in. I do not see any guards, but we should still try to be as quiet as possible. Harlow is here after all.
Ended up catching up with him for killing Maniac from PBS. Now, Kamal was an individual that wasn't all the way there in the head. He was in that one class in school. Y'all know the class I'm talking about. And it showed because when he went down, he snitched on his homie Menace on Body on 41st Street as well. On the skit, telling the police after the Rabbits had shot his homie, it was time for them to go bunny hunt. And he snitched on his homies over here again. Basic gangbanging, the result is the same whether you're from a black or a brown hood. It really don't matter when the gangbanging is in play, man. Police ended up putting together that the older homies in Body on 41st Street sent Kamal and Menace off for some get back. Broad daylight over here in the low bottoms. And Frank Burrell, aka Menace, ends up going down as the driver for the body on a second-degree murder charge. Kamal Cleveland is back outside now, again, on some regular shit. So, how
They
much
will
do
not
race
keep us out.
politics
We will
actually
get
weigh
this gate open.
into the situation?
Somehow.
And I believe it's not that strong for certain situations because something that social media doesn't show is the unification between black and brown in the city. Some of the
Revelio.
biggest killers out here with the biggest name, most members, top killers out here share their hood peacefully with black hoods and vice versa. Large, well-known black hoods share their hood with Hispanic hoods. We all know the peace treaty between Valencia and East Coast. Valencia live peacefully with East Coast, the Swans, the Pueblos. On the west side, they share their hood with Harvard Park Brim, the 6-0, and they also coexist with the A-Trays. Now, we've heard some things about A-Trays, but Valencia and A-Trays is not being.
Confringo!
18th Street from the 50th to the 9th, they coexist with Junior Mountain. In Westmont, Barrio Sur 13, the Rangers coexist with South Los. 18th Street also coexists with the schoolyards in Mid-City.
Wingardium Leviosa.
The Harkins, like we said in the low bottoms, Barrio
Confringo!
Compact Crit, the Avalons, PBS, Badu's Broadway, 5-5 Bunch, Rolling 40s, Street Villains, Rolling 30s, Alley Tiny Criminals. These are all peaceful, coexisting black and brown
Confringo!
out in the city of LA that some people may forget about because of comments that are made on the internet. Again,
Expelliarmus!
that are known to be
Confringo!
Park CV-117, CV-3 Santana Block, Watts Body Break, and Baby Love Crips. Finish Show Line B13. It's a lot that has to be highlighted out there. It really goes to show and prove that a lot of the bullshit is prison politics being brought to the streets and agendas being put people fucked up out here in the city. But with that being said, man, black essays, as we can see, are extremely prevalent, getting active, doing their thing, even amidst some of the things we may see on the internet and the history of racial tension between black and brown in LA's gangbanging culture. But y'all make sure y'all tap into some Black SA music. Again, dudes like Mr. Keep It Hood, One Way, Central Ave General, Rich Rabbit. Y'all know.
I'm from New York, and I've got to say that the West Coast has the internet / YouTube on lock. Especially with podcasts like No Jumper.
Tommy Guns, Drex the Joint. If y'all want to dig further into these politics, man, but this Rap News Street Politics, the best hood channel on YouTube. Make sure y'all stay tapped in. We coming with some heat real soon. We out.
Sometimes the universe shows you a sign. Look at you. Your future's on its way. Even when you're not looking. It finds you. So go on.
Sometimes you gotta wake up and think to yourself, what the fuck are we making today? Looks like buckets of shit. I love how every angle we make sure to make every step of the process as disgusting as possible. Why does it look like you work at a water treatment facility, but the goal is to make the water filthy instead of clean? Every single phase of this entire process goes from bad to worse. What's inside the poop bag? I feel like we should all get together and get on the registry and get this entire country a fucking diaper genie. And if you're wondering what the fuck they're making, it's something called Jaggery, if that's how you pronounce it. But Jaggery sounds better than Jiggery. I feel like Jagga doesn't get you canceled, but Jigger does. We're pouring the food and scraping it off of open concrete in the middle of fucking nowhere. Who's buying this? Who's eating this? Why does it look like you snuck over to everybody's house after Thanksgiving and stole their pumpkin pie? Why do we not care that there's billions of flies all over the product? When you're done doing this, how do you wash the buckets to make sure you don't get cross-contamination? How much is a bucket of this shit going for these days? And why are we making sure to treat our food like a sandcastle and dumping it on the most filthy blanket and sheet we could possibly find? And that's it. That's the final fucking product of whatever that... Well, sometimes you gotta wake up and think to yourself, what the fuck are we making today? Looks like buckets of shit. I love how every angle we make sure to make every step of the process as disgusting as possible. Why does it look like you work at a water treatment facility, but the goal is to make the water filthy instead of clean? Every single phase of this entire process goes from bad to worse. What's inside the poop bag? I feel like we should all get together and get on the registry and get this entire country a fucking diaper genie. And if you're wondering what the fuck they're making, it's something called Jaggery, if that's how you pronounce it. But Jaggery sounds better than Jiggery. I feel like Jagga doesn't get you canceled, but Jigger does. We're pouring the food and scraping it off of open concrete in the middle of fucking nowhere. Who's buying this? Who's eating this? Why does it look like you snuck over to everybody's house after Thanksgiving and stole their pumpkin pie? Why do we not care that there's billions of flies all over the product? When you're done doing this, how do you wash the buckets to make sure you don't...
That did it.
Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Convulso. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Leviosa.
Perfect.
I need to find a way into the gatehouse to open the gate for Natty. That looks as if it might raise the gate.
I can't believe I have to write this down, but you are my, but you won't mind. Push the gate open, don't blast. If I find you,
Arresto momentum. Arresto momentum. Arresto momentum.
Which should I wear to an all?
Arresto momentum.
Rocket Mortgage, I can see how much cash I can use easily. I'm getting $80,000, which is more than enough to renovate my home.
Arresto momentum.
You're clear you forget from your equity. I'll include a link here.
Arresto momentum. Accio.
Well done.
Well,
I will be right up.
ultimately, you get let out.
I knew you
And
could
you
do
ready
it.
to take commander
This
right
way.
now? Right now.
I will get the door. That is the main keep. My guess is that we'll find Harlow and the letter inside. We'll need to be careful once we get...
I hear them.
Yeah, we're straight in the face.
Highwing.
Do you know that hippogriff? Very well. New plan. I get the evidence and you free that hippogriff. Agreed? This is our chance. Go!
Blast it! There's gotta be another way to get up to the roof. Somewhere.
I agree. I did a couple of days and I said, man, I'm done. I'm never going back.
Nothing to poach an Arranger except
Nothing to brag about. Nothing cool about it. Being in the cage.
Legs are
Having to ask a man when he can go to the bathroom, when he can eat. There's nothing fly about that. But now you're out. You have an ankle monitor. You're still living in Jacksonville because of your situation. Can you move?
Well, I don't stay in Jacksonville.
Right, but you're still in Florida, the same general area.
Right, yeah, but I don't live in Jacksonville.
Got it. Do you plan on moving out of Florida completely?
Yes. Matter of fact, I'm waiting on my place out of Florida should be ready like January 1st.
Good. That's great. That's great. Because, unfortunately, because of the situation and how high profile this whole situation is, people know who you are, and you're going to be labeled as someone who snitched on his own son.
Right.
And because of that, have you been getting death threats? Hell no. Really? Hell, I get death threats.
Man. Well, if you want to consider a stranger online saying, he'll be dead by this week, he'll be this, he'll be that, man, them guys are hilarious, man. Like, if that's considered a death threat, then what? For somebody, man, listen. It's been a war over my soul since the day I was born, God versus the devil. So, I ain't really moved by what people saying or what people saying they gonna do. You know, I ain't really moved about that because, what just a randomly person's gonna do it? Like, man, these niggas out here to do us, man. They, you know, I ain't have you ever had anyone approach you about the situation, the hostile matter? You know, even in jail? Yeah. I got on a couple fights in jail about it. Okay. And I beat smashed too. And there ain't no cap. Everything in jail be recorded. Be smashed. Young dudes too. Ain't no guns in jail. You got them hands and you got them knives.
Well, look, Abdul, you took responsibility for what you did, and ultimately you sat in jail for a long time. I think the situation could have worked out a lot differently. Realistically, when you look at the situation, had you not cooperated,
I hope Matty stays out of trouble.
With your son's blowing trial, with the overwhelming evidence of the situation. Right. So now, you don't say anything, you're doing life in prison, and your son is doing the same amount of time. Right? Right. And it's easy to say that. You're sitting back, and you can type up stuff, you can say stuff, it's easy. When you're really sitting in jail, you're facing the rest of your life in prison, situation that you were thrown into, you had no idea about because, we had talked about this on the phone the other night. If they had called you and said, listen, we just involved in murder and we're now in this old white lady's house holding her hostage, and you come get us, I don't think you would have just gotten in your car and gotten it.
I wouldn't have. I can't say I would have made a way for him, but I would have stayed away from that situation as far as possible.
Right. Any sane person would have.
Right.
Yeah.
Wingardium Leviosa.
If my son called me and said, I was just involved in a murder, help me out, I would say, you gotta go turn yourself in.
Leviosa.
I would have said, I'm not involving myself
the
in
safest
this
place to
situation.
sneak
I'm not
into.
gonna try to get you out of the country or give you money because now I'm wrapping myself up into a murder. I'm going to get you a lawyer the best I can afford. I don't care how much it costs. I'll spend whatever it takes, but I'm not going to put myself into the situation of yours. Because at the end of the day, that's a murder. There's no statute of limitations for it. And with technology these days and so forth, it's a hell of a hill to get over.
Correct.
I'll help you, but I'm not going to involve myself. If I would have been in a situation where you were at, they said, no, you just left a hostage situation, I would have said, we got to go to the police, or you guys got to get out of my car. One of the two. Right.
Someone get me down!
Potato! I won't let that.
Invasion hostage. Not a difference. Right.
Oh, I'm going to enjoy this.
Police station.
Bella, next time.
Think about people inside saying all that.
Leviosa! Repulsor! Potato!
Nobody living their own life now. Everybody living their life for somebody else.
Aloha Mora.
Tiger Showman's Martial Arts has come. For more than 40 years, parents have trusted our program to build confidence, instill discipline, and teach real-world self-defense. Tiger Showman's Martial Arts. Live fearlessly.
Revelio.
So you know what you gonna do in a situation you ain't been in. Period. I don't care who you are. How can you say this is what I'm going
I
to
hope
do?
Natsy's having an easier time of it.
I done heard women say, I ain't doing that to my child. But you're telling the motherfucker it's your job. Keep your job. So how the fuck you gonna talk about what you gonna do facing a life sentence? Don't want to go in. Man, jail is a whole different thing now. You know, it's a whole different ball game now. Like, man, I done seen so many people, man. I watched some shit the other day, and these dudes say I raised them for the streets and then raised them to tell on them.
You're going home in a wooden
know
box.
me as a daddy.
Levioso!
You don't even know me from the streets. You know, I always wonder how these guys, these young guys who my son is on to hurt me. Number one, when I was in the streets, they wasn't home. Number two, by the time they got in the streets, I was in prison.
Oh, forever.
You even know that be the older dudes and them younger dudes here. Because they fear me.
Aloha Mora.
You know, so that's how that's gonna go. See, what people don't understand is K-So and Crazy K, they get their name and shit off of me. They build their own shit up. It ain't nothing I'm bragging on, but it's what it was, not what it is. That's how that went. I don't condone, man. Like I said, I never participated in a fight with them.
We need to save
Well,
you
Abdul, I
from these
appreciate you coming
barbarians.
in and telling your side of the story. Ultimately, you approached me to get in front of this thing.
Right.
And you wanted to clear your name and say the whole story. And ultimately, you didn't duck any questions. You addressed everything. And it's just a very tough situation to be in, man. Like, I don't think there's any father in the world that would want to switch places with you in this particular case.
Hey, I guarantee you, and in no disrespect to anybody though, but I guarantee you a father that they son and they got to go talk to that dirt out there, they will change spots with me. You know, to anybody though, but I guarantee you a father that they son and they got to go talk to that dirt out there, they will change spots with me. You know, it's a tough spot, but at the same time, once you look at them boys' face, my little kids, you gotta do, so at some point in your life, man, you gotta grow, you know, and on, I feel like it's all the way around the board. Nobody ain't getting no win right here. I understand that. But I feel like it would have been a loss all the way around the board.
I agree. I completely agree. Well, Abdul, man, I appreciate you coming in, sharing your side of the story. I appreciate your nephew coming in also, who's now in a wheelchair over the situation. Just a tragedy overall, man. There's no winners in this at all. It's just losers all across the board. Everything from people losing their life to people getting life.
Make it a night where anything can happen. BetMGM. Make it legend.
If a serious accident turns your life upside down, you don't have to face it alone. At the Parisman firm, our relentless personal injury lawyers are dedicated to obtaining the financial results justice you deserve. Contact us today for a free case review.
There you are.
Come on.
Hello, amor.
Hurry.
Ho, ho! 1985.
Okay, about 14 years old.
Yeah.
Okay, what'd you start doing at the beginning?
Well, first I started out as a jack boy.
There's the
That was my
Hogwarts
hustle at one
Express.
time.
Must be returning from an
Till I
unscheduled
came
run.
across the right lick, then I turned to the drug game. Then, it just blew from there. I kept doing it. I lost a friend in the robbery. And after I lost that friend in the robbery, I didn't want to do that no more.
Okay. Before you went to prison for 11 years, you got arrested 4 times.
Yes.
Okay. And you beat all 4 of those cases.
Yeah.
Did any of them go to trial?
No.
Okay. How was you end up beating all 4?
It was drunk. It was significant evidence.
Okay. So, beat all the murder charges, but then in 1999, you get arrested for conspiracy to cocaine.
Right.
You didn't put a trial on that, or you pled out?
I pled out.
Okay, this is the Fed case.
Yes.
I wonder if anyone can see us from the castle.
It was a conspiracy. It was a dry conspiracy. I wasn't caught with nothing, People told that I sold drugs and things like that, and that's how they got the conspiracy built up against me and my co-defendant.
How much cocaine did they say that you have in terms of the witnesses?
It's incredible, isn't it?
And when I can't say it, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I know it was up in the tons.
Right. Because you went out to 11 years. Really said it was about a month.
Well, I played out to 22 years and 10 months, 262 months.
Okay. So, let out to 22 years, gonna do half of that?
Half of it.
Okay, how'd you get out early?
Good, Obama came with a,
How exciting.
It was exhilarating, wasn't it? I wasn't sure we were going to make it out alive.
There was no need to worry. I had it all under control.
Were you able to find the letter?
Summoned it straight out of Hallow's hands. I will say, I did not expect to see him cast the killing curse at us. He won't forget this. Be on your guard.
Of course. What did the letter say?
That Rookwood's looking for a phoenix. Not sure where he will find one. But it also included Harlow's orders to inspect that castle for the poachers. Enough to connect Harlow to the crimes. I shall deliver the letter to Officer Singer. She'll have to do something when she sees it. Now, tell me, where did you meet these hippogriffs?
I've only met Highway before. Poppy introduced us.
Poppy Sweeting knows a hippogriff. Of course she does. Poppy will be relieved to know that Highwing's safe. I came to the right person for help. My mother will be worried. I must go. Seek me out soon. I shall have much to tell you.
Highwing, go!
I have learned of a wizard who is being harassed by Harlow. He may be able to provide the evidence we need to take Harlow down. We should speak with him together. Meet me at his home.
When you have a moment, please stop by the Room of Requirement. Deke tells me he has something to share with you.
I assume you have news regarding the goblin you mentioned. Why don't we meet at the map chamber to discuss that and our next steps?
Okay, he mature. Well, before you went in, you had multiple kids. Right. You had Hakeem Robinson, a.k.a. Queso. Right. Abdul Robinson Jr., a.k.a. Crazy K. Right. And you had a stepson named Willie Addison Jr., a.k.a. Boss Stu. Right. Now, not a biological kid, but you raised him since he was 3 months old. Right.
Levioso! Protego! Arresto momentum. Confringo! Expelliarmus! Incendio! Confringo!
When I got out, you know, I have another son. He was doing his thing too, you know, and they was into all kinds of shit. You know, before I went to prison, I could walk down my grandmother's street. When I got out of prison, and I came to my grandmother's house, and I was walking down the street, and they was like, "Daddy, you can't do that no more." I said, "What? I can't walk down my grandmother's street." They said, "No, you can't do that no more. It's a whole lot going on that you don't know." So, shit, I listened to it. It was that, you know, and they went into a lot of things that I didn't really get into. But it really put my life in that. Just by me being there, by me having a reputation, I had to do the whole thing. I had to trust everything. I had to realize that they were all damn at that young age.
Wingardium Leviosa! Expelliarmus! Confringo! Levioso! Arresto momentum!
Outside that situation happened, or with his homeboy, that situation, whatever happened, I don't have that big knowledge on that situation, so I can't really get into what that's this is essentially what people are saying. Right. Around that time. Now, you actually do talk. Yeah. I think people right. Because then things start to escalate. Now, you being the older dad, you ever try to talk to your kids about this and like this is going to end badly? People need to really settle down, or? Well, I think before I came home, blood had already been shed, and I couldn't really step in the middle of that to try to stop what was going on, because things was going. It was already going so far, or whatever was going on. It was just going so far. In a sense,
Away, Highwing! Away! Faster, Highwing!
So I think that they might have been alright at one time until once my son really got big hey, that's when you pick a side. That's as simple as that. Yeah, 2018. A shooting happened where young Nate was shot 8 times and 3 people in the car were killed. So they didn't Buller, and Maria all of them were killed. He saw a very gruesome situation. Right. And you actually met Ace after that shooting. Right. That's when I started seeing
Smedleys will always look upon you as a trusted ally and friend.
Okay, what you think about Ace? Ace is a good dude. And I always felt like his
The Pink Smedleys will always
look for him. I think Ace might have been like 20, 22 to 23. And Ace had a conversation one time. He told me, he said, man, if I see I'm just like you, I never say no. I never say no. I do this and do that. So people say that your son's case on Crazy K with the muscles for ATK. Well, Ace had to come over there to that side. He was running with some dudes from out west. They weren't strong enough for that situation. So he had to move to that side. Queso and Crazy K, they made it where ATK can move around the world like how they move around the world. When you go to ATK, they respect Queso. They respect Crazy K. So they gotta respect Ace because they're his own ones. If it ain't for them, ATK fool in the world. Period. Okay. Well, what does ATK stand for? Well, ask the other day, see what tell me. What ATK stands for? You made your point! One thing ATK, no man, okay. No man, I got to go speak ATK because yes, nobody knows. They don't need no vibe. They don't need, it's like the sun vibes. Something like that. Nobody knows.
Arrest on the left.
I know this much though. I know that
Wingardium Leviosa.
Ace didn't start that. Crazy K started that. And I tried to tell Crazy K to get his paperwork, do all his business side up, but trust Big Ace.
Accio.
Head of the situation. You gotta take care of everything under that situation. Problem. So I want to talk about the incident on
Accio.
2019. As well as your nephew we have here, Sam Cooper. So,
Aloha, Mora.
I guess the show just happened that night.
Leviosa!
Sam, you look as well, right? Yes, sir. And there's 6 people involved. Good. Can you list them all? Both my cousins, well, 3 of my cousins and a friend of mine. Right, so it was.
Right, bro? She never was good. She was different.
Who is Abdul's nephew? Is Abdul himself. There was Louis Aston Jr., aka Bosco Jr. There was Crazy K. There was Moody and Red Dot.
Revelio.
Okay. So, what happens when you guys start leaving the strip club? As we got off on street off at the light Spring Park off of Emerson. We got a good light hard. How many shots were fired?
No.
I'm not sure at all. But it was a lot. Right, because everyone in the car got shot 70 times. Yeah, so over 100 shots got fired. You guys were in the car. What was going through your heads? Me. As I heard the first shot, I jumped out. Crazy K out of the car. But I got hit in the back and I lost feeling. And then as I looked down, I seen him on the floor. I took my body and put it on top of his so he wouldn't get shot anymore.
Jim owns over $75,000 sports betting on DraftKings or FanDuel. We may be able to help you get significant compensation. Under consumer protection laws, these sportsbook apps are reported to be accused of contributing serious financial harm to users. We help gambling addiction victims secure real, meaningful compensation. And most claims are resolved quickly, anonymously, and to sign up.
Legal, yeah. It's real flour, the kids are free.
You said you could have like I'll let it. That's legit. I wish it wasn't like they were discreet at your door and being discreet ain't exactly the thing. Hey!
That's real. Just hearing.
Revelio.
Who takes the guesswork out of him and was founded by pastry chefs?
Hi, I'm David. The difference between seed flour and marijuana is actually not as much as you might think when you see marijuana and farm power.
The joke was so you. I didn't listen to the thing they said. Who has over 500,000 Yahoo customers? Like this one. I admit that I was a skeptic, but not anymore. From product to packaging to delivery. A+, top shelf. Wow.
Revelio.
So I had to keep myself together because I felt like I was responsible for everybody at that time. And it was just like, damn, the shoot. And so I tried to pull off. I think I kind of.
What are you up to now?
Stuff like that, trying to bump into him. And once I'm hearing the shots, and I see Paul's getting shot, it kind of like.
You would be wise not to underestimate this student. Their aptitude for magic is beyond anything I've ever seen, and I've been teaching a long time.
It is a joy to have such a student.
It can be.
There you are.
I've received your owl. I was able to speak with Lodgok, the goblin I mentioned.
What did you learn?
He and Ranrock were close once, but they had a falling out.
You believe he can be trusted?
I believe he's trustworthy, yes. He seems sincere, and Sirona Ryan trusts him.
Very well. Supposing he can be trusted, will he help us get to Ranrock?
I retrieved a stolen helm. He hopes to return to Ranrock in order to regain his confidence.
You have been busy. Let's hope your efforts result in our learning something about Ranrock's plans.
Lodgok did mention that Ranrock is searching for something, but he couldn't say what. Perhaps that helm will yield some answers.
Ranrock is searching for something. I feared as much. I've heard an unusual amount of activity, goblins and wizards, I surmise, when visiting my portrait at my castle.
Rookwood Castle?
My former residence, yes. That castle is also the location of your next trial.
You didn't see anything? Speak with anyone?
I did not. In fact, I did not make myself known. I only recently returned there and did not recognize nor trust anyone that I heard. I stayed out of sight so as not to tempt my portrait's destruction.
I'm sorry to tell you that Victor Rookwood, evidently your descendant, is a dark wizard in league with Ranrock.
My descendant? A dark wizard? I'm afraid we've no time to waste. Despite the obstacles that clearly await you, you must get to Rookwood Castle immediately. Not only is it the location of the next trial, it is home to a source of power that would be devastating in the wrong hands. I do wish we had the luxury of time. However, I do not doubt your abilities. Find my portrait there as soon as you can.
Very well, sir. I'm on my way.
Best of luck.
No time to waste. I'll meet you at Rookwood Castle.
Well. I said, don't let him go to sleep. I'm trying to do stretch for him. So right now, he laid out on the ground. I see his shirt full of blood, you know. He laid out on the ground. So we finally get him up. They rolled him in the hospital. I'm talking about the doctor, the nurse, the doctor, they wouldn't have him left. So now they said, you did too. I said, don't worry about me. I'm good. So good. And
like, God damn, this seatbelt shot in the back. Like, that's what must be. Like, no. I got nothing about it.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
I ain't keeping out. I'm shopping that red dot and me dot in there. Leave red out in there. Look, this whole situation will transpire, bro. Well, you were the driver, and you got shot in the back. Yeah. One shot. One shot. Okay. And they ultimately did surgery to remove bullets that day. No, they didn't do it that day. It was best. They told me that it was best that we would have stayed in that position because it was. If they said I could do a whole arm, we wouldn't do it. They're taking the bullet out. Sometimes when the surface is thick enough, and sometimes the influence on the nose. I guess by being in the most tissue or something like that, they say it's best that it just stay in there. Your body got it. Your body has its own little white things on infections and stuff like that if it ever comes to that part. Okay, Sam. Now you get shot.
Resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Where exactly did you get shot?
My mother used to say I was lazy.
Shredded from my other leg, out my other leg, and I got shot in the butt.
Revelio.
But they fixed it up. They fixed it up. We can't take patients with a doctor online for opioids disorder. Start medication-assisted treatment backed by science. No judgment, no stigma, and no insurance is required. Take control and talk to a doctor today at Quick.md.
Golf friendly. Something's been waiting on me. Good thing I partnered. Science-led nutrition trusted by vets that meets pets' needs at every stage of life. It helps keep them healthy.
Revelio.
I can worry less about being late, focus on moments like
it fixed the bed. Okay, so you get to the hospital and you get a few limbs. Yeah, my body's still laid on top of Crazy K.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Welcome. I'm Bernard.
What do you have for sale?
And put you on a stretcher, and they take the surgery. No, they take me in the room. It's like three of us in the same room. So the doctor, he basically talking to me, and I'm telling him, don't worry about me, worry about it, worry about them.
A pleasure doing business with you.
Me to talk to him, but all three of them, it was like 3 or 4 somewhere. And as I flicking side to side, coming back talking to me, I'm just telling them, don't worry about me, worry about them. Okay.
Have I mentioned you're welcome to stop by any time?
Revelio.
A week or 2 after I woke up.
Oh, you went into a coma?
They had put me to sleep and everything because I had to get surgery and everything. And by me being paralyzed, they had to do 6 months spine, they can run.
So you wake up about a week and a half later?
Yeah, because I had to have some surgery.
Over here!
What was your first thought when you actually woke up?
Happy to be alive. But all I was hearing about everybody else, but I never
What's going on here?
Professor Rookwood was right. The place is crawling with Victor Rookwood's lot and Ranrock's loyalists. They're working together, all right, but it is not a friendly alliance. I'm sure you'll agree that we need to find a way in other than the front gate. Let's go.
I know some things to be fixed. I was one word about me at the time. I was worried about my cousin.
I've raided Brockborough more times than I can count. They're incapable of defending.
Ranrock wants us to find the child.
Confringo.
Which child?
We could take every child we find to Ranrock. Eventually we may get the right one.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Confringo.
Perhaps we just tenant them. Iffy on.
Made a great mistake.
Someone been taken out last week!
Release me!
Intrepid travelers, the both of you. Keep your wits about you.
Revelio.
How nice.
You can't stop Ranrock's rebellion!
I've never seen a sword like it. I won't rest.
Up there. That's our way in.
Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa.
If I'd known your plan was to dig up half the country...
I wouldn't have to dig if you could simply manage to bring me the child.
We wouldn't need the child if you hadn't sent a dragon to retrieve the container I spent months and countless ministry favors tracking.
You let them board the carriage. My options were limited once I knew it would be inconveniently beyond my reach at that infernal school.
Have you not acquired enough power here? I allowed you to tunnel under my family home.
Allowed me? You are here only because you are descended from a keeper and may at some point inadvertently become valuable. We had an agreement. I will share with you the power that I discovered if you locate the stores of magic that are yet to be found. So, unless you want another demonstration of my power, a power that you one day hope to wield, bring me the child.
We already knew they were after you, but now we know they're digging for stores of magic.
And Ranrock knows about the Keepers.
Yes, I caught that too. Professor Rookwood said that you'd understand more once you complete the next trial.
Let's get into that castle.
Any special words you want me to pass on to your mum? Might want to look up.
An intruder! You don't believe you can defeat this, do you?
Confringo!
No, don't!
Expelliarmus!
You just wait till I come down!
Protego!
Quite conductive, aren't we? You're like...
Still alive.
This has become personal.
Look what you've done!
You pay for that.
Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this.
I should have been. Why have you not run away?
Time to teach someone a lesson!
Confringo! Wingardium Leviosa.
If only won't stop that right now! I've had enough of this.
Don't think you're going to get out of this alive.
You won't survive this, my young man. I will have my revenge. Put me on the ground now! For you.
Everyone in the car got shot, and Boston Jr. is dead.
I suppose that's the quick way down.
Revelio.
Messed up. The small school just did 10 years in prison. 6 months. He was Babe Ruth. But nephew, he don't get in trouble. He don't bang. He don't.
Revelio.
And you can recall the fight he did inside with something like that. And what? That's the broken.
Revelio.
Is there something to those symbols on the walls?
They're not gonna pick a Jew.
There is. I've seen symbols like these before. I need to find all of them, then cast at them quickly in succession.
But that ain't the way they work, you know, because I think that earlier that day, well, my daddy had died that week. And earlier that day, so my dad is school. And
Goblin tracks. They're a step ahead of us. Let's see where they lead.
Revelio.
This must be it. The store of magic and the source of Ranrock's power.
It looks empty. If they've taken all of it, why are they still here?
Ranrock said there's more to be found, and if he's right about that, it may or may not be located here. Wherever it is, we need to find it before they do. Where is that portrait?
I heard something. I was hoping that was you.
Professor Rookwood, the goblins and dark wizards who've overrun your castle are digging for stores of magic and have broken open some sort of container.
No. Things are more dire than I could have imagined. If, as you told Percival, a goblin in his vault was wielding a powerful magic, then they have somehow learned. It cannot be.
And sir, they know you were a keeper. Ranrock used the term.
This makes no sense. How did... We shall discuss this later. Right now, you must complete the next trial.
Sam, that should be is still unsolved. I think so, I'm not sure. Well, meaning that nobody in those cars that shot up your car has been arrested, convicted, anything else like that. How does that make you feel with you being in a wheelchair right now?
I'm going to say I'm being nothing. I'm still trying to get my legs back.
Just tell me where I need to go.
The power you stand to wield must first be fully understood. The trials will ensure that. Power without knowledge is dangerous indeed. In the wrong hands, we will simply have to outwit Ranrock and my unfortunate namesake.
Very well, Professor. Tell me where I need to go.
I shall reveal the path. Professor Fig must leave you now.
Revelio.
I would join you if I could. I shall await your request.
Well, although the guys who did get arrested, everyone thinks that these are ATA members who did it. Is that a fair assumption? No. All right,
Revelio.
I don't think guys who did it will be arrested.
Right, because there's rumors that some of them are actually dead right now. Yeah. Well, before I let you go, Sam, I'm really sorry about what happened to you. Not all opinions. You were just hanging out with your family that day. And appreciate it. It's just sad. It's just very sad. There's both of you. And you guys not only got hit yourselves, but you lost people that are close to you. People around you were shot. Just a horrible situation that no one really has to go through. No one should go through. Unfortunately, you guys did, but at least you guys did survive. I'm sorry that it happened. Yes, sir, I appreciate it.
We're an Italian household, so cooking is honestly kind of a must. And doing it myself, and especially when I went to school, you know, I didn't have my mom, my daughter, and my all cooking for me. What's your favorite Italian dish? I plan on.
Well, that shooting happened on January 15, 2019, and 2 weeks later, when the shooting happened, one of your associates, Blood, aka Dominique Martin,
that was shot. That was number one. I know you did. And
Revelio.
some kind of way, Odom got the drop. He wanted to get shot off Nicholson. And Odom, it was home once they told him up.
Guardian Leviosa. I need to reposition that pillar to climb out of here. Perhaps the archway is the answer.
Trying to shoot me money. They shot this white guy riding his bicycle down the street.
Accio. Guardian Leviosa.
Go behind one of shit they call shoot.
Accio. Guardian Leviosa.
Then, after the shooting happened, they actually called you. They didn't really call you. They contact somebody to contact you. They didn't really have a line straight to me. One shot at me. She got shot at me. Well, he got shot at me. And he needed some money to go. He wanted some money to go out of town. I ended up and I gave him $2 to get out of town. Only because of the person. He reached out to me, I was in a face, not on the street. I was on a face. When I got another shot,
That pillar is blocking the path. I'll need to move it.
Crazy Chris. And he thought Crazy Chris had died. So he left. they thought he died. But one of the else, I didn't see one for a few months after that. When I seen one, the same person called me, they called me again, and they say,
Accio! Guardian Leviosa!
And they asked me to take the doctor. I took it to the doctor. The doctor did x-rays and they seen that what is between the bone and the doctor he had to give him surgery to take it out. She put a toll on the doctor too. You know, and so the doctor told me,
Accio! Repulsor! Protego! Accio! Repulsor! Leviosa! Arresto Momentum! I believe I need to proceed to the left here, but how?
Take your phones to join the Quidditch races and discover a season of limited time magic.
Revelio!
Okay, so we fast forward about 2020. There's a guy named Bill Buck, aka Charles McCoy. He ends up making some diss songs. She was 6 weeks old. And the Boston Jr. gets killed.
Perhaps I'm to hit the mark on the far wall. That sort of thing has repositioned the archways in the past. Revelio.
So did you know who Lil Buck was?
What?
I didn't know. Lil Buck first when he made the song. Somebody showed me the song. Yeah, Lil Buck. He was trying to be. And I guess that's why he got recognized. See, that's what I understand. I'm really listen to the song. I'm not good. I'm old school. No, I don't kiss the dead. I don't really talk about the dead. I mean, they're dead. What the fuck? They gave me. Shit, that's gonna be that. Let's shot the car. I wouldn't even bring the car if I never shot in the back. But making that song, he now jumped in the water. Jumped in the water. For some reason, it wasn't the first time one got shot up. The second time he got shot, one of the police pulled up. And I mean, he jumped in that water, trying to be chasing clouds.
Accio. Arrest them, Memento.
So, I feel like he think he could pick and choose. He wanted to gangster people. Ricky Simpson. Let's not say word. Ricky Simpson.
Bridges appear and disappear depending upon which side of the archway.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
This is quiet. It's a joke. I was at a hotel shop. San fucking home. And I get a call from Crazy K. They like, hey, man, it's not right. I'm gonna drop this location. I said, all right.
He's so happy.
So I'm trying to drop some shit back home. She got a she got me. She got a place to. I'm glad to this shit. I get cussed out this time. It's like a location. Place about 5-10 minutes. Either way, I'm telling you, that chick all the way back home across town, because I don't really want to see the chick. You know, I'm chick. And I took her all the time. I dropped her off. Back. Started. So I look back and you started up. When I'm riding down the street, I don't see police, I don't see shit. Like nothing. You know, I see one police car. I mean, that's regular Jacksonville, see a police car. To the house we started at. And I called the spot. I said, "Damn, where you at? I'm out here." He's like, "All right, I'm coming." So I'm sitting up for a minute. And I'm going back. Hey, what's up, bro? I'm out here. So now I can see that I'm here. So I'm like, damn. So I'm like, damn. This guy was flying down the road. But it ain't home. I'm in this dog.
Oh.
Come out the house. They got on pajamas. So in my mind, I'm thinking, they done got caught up from the chief's house. Parents done came home. You know, they hired in them. So they jump in my car. And I back out regular. So when I'm backing out regular, we hit Arlington Expressway. That's what started to tell me the situation. So I'm like, oh, fuck. In my mind, I'm like, damn, I gotta get them out of this car. In my car. Oh, it's telling. I'm driving my shit. And that was my bill for that day.
Because this all came out right after Buckberg, and it was ultimately Queso, AKA Scotty, AKA that was the getaway driver. They split up. Queso split off some unknown direction, but Scotty and Butter ends up running into a white woman's house and taking her hostage. Right.
But then that night, you. Yeah. Like a old black nigga. That's a nigga in the South. That's a, you gonna get paid for that alone.
How many days actually don't have access to credit?
Enough the profit. I'm sure it must be double things that provides like orange, yellow, such an apple that's it. But the last minute, if you want to try this thing, you live, nothing lives. This
You lying. To the home. Thank you. I was stuck for a little while.
There's a pillar here, but no ledge near it for me to grab onto.
Arresto momentum. Accio.
There's a way forward from the other side of this one.
Oh, we going in. This nigga's still. What's up, Dana? Think she different thing. Oh man.
Is it possible to pull one of those blocks through the archway?
Wingardium Leviosa. 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 Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio.
After pulling the block out through the archway, I can place it where it can be climbed on while on the other side of the archway.
Wingardium Leviosa. 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 Arrest that momentum. Accio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Levioso. Accio. Depulso. Protego! Expelliarmus! Confringo!
Daddy, I was just thinking about that. You got the car? Let me make sure I unlock it. I hope it's unlocked. You know how much is on it? You know how much is on it? You know how much is on it?
What a relief.
Must say I'm curious to hear of Isadora's travels.
Do come in. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
This is uncharted magic, Isadora. You can only see what has been sealed in the jar, and we do not know what power that may hold. But the traces of that magic are different from what I've seen before.
Thank you.
Yep. Yep. Right. I seen that before. It was in a black thing, right? Give it a me. Give it a me.
I know how he moves, yeah. I know him. I know him. I met him during the start of this video. I know his body. He already said that he should have left the ladies alone, and I gotta trust him. Believe him too, y'all. Too late, Ryan. You already hit it. Get that report.
You're back. And in one piece, no less. It is good to see you again.
Professor Rookwood told me about what happened at Rookwood Castle.
In light of the dire circumstances in which we find ourselves, it is most fortunate that someone so competent is following this path.
Thank you, Professor. I shall keep the second artifact safe as you've advised.
Good. Are you ready to move on?
I'm ready for whatever comes next.
In that case, introductions are in order.
Allow me to introduce former Hogwarts headmistress, Neve Fitzgerald.
How do you do? I must say that I was not entirely surprised to learn that a student had been completing the trials. I've always believed Hogwarts students capable of anything they set their minds to.
Thank you, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
I am certain that you are more than capable of completing my trial. However, I must first, how shall I say, prepare the location of your next trial.
We trust your judgment, Professor Fitzgerald. You should know better than anyone how to manage the inconvenience of, well...
A vainglorious and exasperating headmaster? Indeed I should. I shall confirm that everything is in order immediately.
Of course. Professor Fitzgerald needs some time to clear the way forward. Until then, you should continue to hone your magic. If you learn more about Ranrock and Victor Rookwood's activities in the meantime, please let us know.
Very well, Professor.
I think I'm gonna go. I got my check, but my shit wasn't nothing really. Because I said I got my check, but it really wasn't nothing considering a holiday. You know, people like regular people, they get paid on the holiday. I remember last time, like, no, fuck that. I think I'm gonna take a day that's open, like after New Year's Day. When's New Year's Day? Oh no, Thursday? I work on Friday anyway. New Year's Day is on on Thursday? Yeah. Oh, I don't work on that day. What day do? I think I work every other day. Shit, I'll take the Saturday. Pancakes was good. They wasn't burnt or nothing. I ain't taste no char. Anything.
Yeah, track. Let me just try to make fun. I like to get up.
Alright. What's that? This one thing? Okay, now they fix it. It's always hard to come up. Okay. Let's see that one. Oh, tomorrow's New Year's Eve? Oh, man. Tomorrow's New Year's Eve? We don't know. I don't know. I don't know where I'm going to be for New Year's Eve.
I know.
This is going to be the first year I ain't got no girlfriend for New Year's.
You do learn quickly. Hopefully you will soon hear from Lodgok as well. And we shall learn how he fared.
Even
with
if
the
I'm by
helmet
myself,
you
I'm going to buy some
retrieved.
champagne.
Well done today, as always. We shall speak again soon.
Oh, yeah? You know I gotta have wheat. That means after work I gotta do it, cause ain't no store gonna be open on New Year's Day, right? I gotta do everything tomorrow. As soon as I get up for work. Everything downtown anyway. Hopefully there won't be no
Natty
drug
told
dealers
me
out
about
there.
your run-in with the
No drug
poachers.
deal. Listen, I know
I
you gotta
have some
take care
news
of
about
your
them
family.
as well.
Yeah.
Can you meet me soon? I fear that some of what I uncovered has to do with you.
I have been asked to teach you the exploding charm, Bombarda. Once you have completed the tasks I've set forth, speak to me after class.
Here's a welcome treat. Delicious.
Revelio. Revelio.
Really, what was it?